All right, hello and welcome. Just gonna jump right back into the long-term interloper run. And I can't even remember where I was. All right, at the fishing cabins. Fully slept. Let's get out here and see if I got any new beachcombing. Oh, hello. That's scary. All right. Go back in here. Try this again.
Use this.
No idea where that arrow ricocheted to. To be honest, I really wasn't thinking too much about that arrow at the time. Ah, there it is. Technically, it looks like Maglins weather. Even though the sun hasn't even started coming over the horizon. So yeah, let's get that test going. Never want to waste a Maglin's fire.
Cold is making my head.
A lot of wolves around. Pallet.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit. Looks like I survived another night.
Quick warm up in here. So I haven't had a reset yet. that means I'm going to stick around fishing camp.
Need to find some place to escape this cold. Damn, I'm freezing. Come on, come on.
This is why you don't waste the Meglin's attempt. Because when you actually want the fire, you may not actually be able to get it. pretty good shape. Hey, Rapid.
Do it.
Let's cook all the rancid pieces first. For that extra flavor.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Weather saw me put that bag down and like, oh nope. Yep, there it goes. I think I'll leave these here. There's a workbench outside. Never know. Alright, beautiful. Should be some new stuff out here. Well, the pallet that was here is gone at least. Gonna load up my crystal ball here. All right. 63%. %. Oh, this is going to be definitely empty. This one, 28%.
What have we here?
Oh, 28%. I'm actually going to leave them. They can go back out to sea. Neo can see the beaches. I should have looked at this one. Yeah, I don't think this can. This is. Oh no, it's not going to have anything. Hey, games and cookies. Welcome in. Good to see you back on the Long Dark. Did you end up finding your hammer yet? I don't think I'm quite to the point where I want to keep track of the, how many kilograms the deer are. Nice. I've been doing pretty much a deep study of beachcombing, and I figured out some things. I just haven't figured out where the undies are. I'm hoping my investigation will reveal that. I'm fairly convinced that I'm just having bad luck. I'm pretty convinced right now. My theory is that I can get them. I was briefly, yeah, underwear joke. I was briefly worried that the beachcombing was not random enough, you know, such that it's possible I could have been locked out of these items. But I don't think that's the case. So I went all the way to Bleak Inlet to try beachcombing there because I was thinking, well, maybe there's something, you know, locking me out of the undies here. Because I started finding the same items in the same locations along the beach. And so that worried me a little bit. But the more I've looked at it, the more I don't think it's a for sure thing. Which is fun. So even if I don't find the underwear, I think I'm learning something about the inner workings here. If I come across any containers, I should be able to tell you what percentage the item will be inside of it, or whether or not it's empty. So alright, like so for this guy. He should be empty. Should be nothing in him. If I've got the position right. Yeah, the red tools are great. I should have. I'm really hoping I'll have plenty of red tools to go, like, to all my common, you know, workbenches. I think I've got 5 sets sitting at the dam right now, and I think this is the only one I had. Oh no, I've got 2 on me right now. But yeah, I should have plenty to kind of spread around the world, leave them at the workbenches that I use most often. So that'll be kind of handy. Actually, I'm going to leave. Leave some of these here. I don't actually need to carry them with me right now. They do wash up on shore. I've gotten them before. I've gotten them when I've not been really even looking for them. So I do know that they can show up. I'm just gonna leave some extra clothing here that I don't need with me. Yeah, the undies they can't wash up like on the they can't be like a loose item out on the ice, but they can be in suitcases or trunks. I suppose it's possible they could be in other things, but as far as I can tell, suitcases and trunks are the only things out here that give that often give randomized clothing items. Both of those are pretty reliable for them. But I haven't... yeah, dead buddies can, but I think that part is random. So, here's a great example. This is what triggered me to look into this. This dead body here is going to have an 89% recycled can. This way.
Could end up being useful.
89% recycled can. So if there's a corpse here, and it doesn't actually, the model of it doesn't matter. So there's 3 dead bodies that can wash up on shore. There's this female in a red sweater. There's the Fred Durst looking guy with the baseball cap, and then there's the corpse with the Cowichan sweater. And any corpse that's in this spot on the ice, at least in my run. Now I think this is probably random for everybody, but at least in my run, that corpse always gives me an 89% recycled can. So that's why I was worried that none of this was random. But you know, these suitcases and trunks actually are random clothing items as far as I can tell, but they're not random condition, which is the weird part. So like this, where am I? I've actually been diagramming where each of these locations are, where these items can be. So that one. So the suitcase, this is going to be a 39% item.
This stuff will come in handy.
39%. And this trunk is going to be...
Science!
And yeah, this trunk is going to be... 23%? Yeah, 23%. Hey, Samantha. Yeah, and if I do get undies in this trunk, I know they'll be 23% condition.
That'll come in handy.
23%. The real funny part is that condition, if I get suitcases can also sometimes have painkillers. The painkillers will be whatever percent is designated for that spot. But the trunks and suitcases act differently. So the suitcases in that particular spot where the trunk was will have a different condition percentage. But the trunks will always have the same, and the suitcases will always have the same. But the particular item inside is random. And if it has a condition, it will follow the same rule. So there I would have gotten 23% painkillers. Can't believe you're trying to jinx me about losing my undies. If I lose my undies, I'll just make this a no underwear challenge run. I don't know what that entails, but we'll come up with it. So you can kind of see, like, this locker is where I kind of dump, items as I'm coming through. And you can see that, like, this was 23% whenever I looted it the last time. And then these two jackets came from whatever same container they came from. Because they're all the same condition. In fact, if I sort by condition, you can see, like, these two probably came together. Some of these are just kind of random because I carry them from quite a distance, but yeah. That's why I started kind of cataloging. I actually sat down and went through all of my beachcombing VODs. Wow, go see if a bear is dead. I can't believe you bring that up. So I actually took the night and went through all of my beachcombing VODs. And I basically assigned each of the container spots on the beach a number, and then started cataloging what I got out of them. That's where I've come across this pattern of the conditions. Now, I don't know what in the game coding makes this happen. And I don't know if I can extract any other information out of this. But I'm gonna keep cataloging it. Maybe some other patterns will emerge. Well, I mean, this is probably the only time I'm actually gonna sit down and beachcomb this much in a single run. So I can get some data out of it. Yeah, what really prompted me is that one, like I said, there's that one body back there that always gives me a recycled can, and it stuck out because it's it's always in this one particular spot, and it's like the only spot I've gotten recycled cans, so it just like stuck out. So I got it like 3 or 4 times in a row, and I'm like, wait a sec. Um, yeah, pretty healthy. I'm gonna just go for it. So basically with beachcombing, there are sections of the beach where there are just loose items. And there might be like 5 or 6 in a row in a particular section of beach. But then there's also these specific spots where special items can spawn. That'd be your containers, the boats, the corpses, the carcasses, all that. And there are some places that I've only ever found boats. But then most of the spots can be anything. So let me get my map up here. I'm not going to put it on the stream. It's a little messy, but so this spot right here is one where I have only ever found a canoe. So just to give an example, there's one spot right here, right where I'm pointing, right on the edge of that white ice, basically right there. As far as I know, this spot only spawns a canoe. But then you come further out, and then this spot can spawn, many things. There's been corpses, suitcases, lockers, all that. And then you can see just the loose items, past that. But these seem to be, there's almost two systems of beachcombing. There's the loose items and then these special items, the containers. And those follow different rules. The containers are the ones that spawn and reset after blizzards. So this one's going to be 53%.
I could use this.
53%. You remember those 2 ski jackets back there in the locker? That's where these came from. That's where those come from. Pallets are, those count as a special item.
Can't feel my hands.
Lockers I haven't quite figured out. I thought they were all just bugged and never gave anything. But I did find something in one locker. So I'm waiting for it to respawn. Like to get a locker in the exact same place to see if it's, if it repeats.
Too cold to think.
I'll keep going for now. So what's interesting is that one trunk that I just got the ski jacket out of. Um, I've seen it spawn as a trunk. One, two, three, and now four times. Four times it spawned as a trunk, and three of those times I got the ski jacket out of it. So it may be that each item has like a small set of potential items that can be in it. And like I said, this is all just data. hard to hard to guess. But I think now that I've got a third ski jack out of that one, that's seeming more like a pattern rather than random. So these special item slots are, like I said, these are the ones that reset when you have a blizzard. So whatever old items go away, and then new ones can show up. But the loose items don't follow that rule. They show up more like sort of like coal respawning in a mine. So they'll kind of respawn sporadically. As far as I can tell, nothing to do with the weather, because I've found new loose items out there even when there wasn't a blizzard.
feel my feet. Goddamn freezing.
Hey, Bam, good morning. Ooh, Aurora. Let's become a better fisherman. Nice. Whoop. Oh no. Might as well carry it out of here. Let's leave one of these here. You're demoted. TLD dreams. Oh no. You know, it's odd. I don't think I've ever had like a TLD dream. That's funny. Now, back in the day, Tetris dreams I used to have all the time. I had to stop playing that game. Oh my gosh. They were so bad. Really start carrying some of these out of here. Yeah, let's see. Pac-Man dreams, for sure. Space Invaders dreams, definitely. Tetris dreams. Um, I mean, 4 is really overkill, but I'll leave 4 here. Yeah, but I gotta start moving some of these saplings out of this region. Gotta take them from where there's a surplus to where there's a deficit. Oh, if you, yeah, Tetris trees, they were common. Yeah, I think they impacted like a whole generation. All right, let me see what else I can do. Let's prepare. Just gotta wait out this blizzard. All right. It's still a little shitty. Probably have to come back here and warm up, but I can at least check one side here first. Yep, exactly. That was Tetris Brain was not good. Alright, so let me see what this guy's gonna have. Yeah, he's gonna be empty. Lovely weather. See, -1. If I had underwear, I'd probably be warm by now. Oh, moose. Moose comes and goes. He's on the rock today. I killed him already when he was up on the bridge. I don't need to kill him here. Still, I need more food. Another spot that seems like it can only spawn boats. Oh, what do we have here? This little guy is... Da-da-da. Oh. Oh, this is the first time I found a trunk. See, okay. This is the first time I found a trunk in this particular spot. So I actually have no information about it. Interesting. This is why I'm still out here beachcombing, because they're even after so many days, there's still some randomness.
Someone's stash.
92%. All right, let me note this down. It's a data point. All right. It could have been, I think, it could have been undies. And they would have been 92% undies. See that? I mean, that's why I'm still hopeful. That's why I came back from Bleak Inlet. Also because Bleak Inlet beachcombing was terrible. It was an awful experience. Still holding out hope. I don't mind Bleak. I don't mind Bleak Inlet in itself for what it's useful for. It's just the beachcombing is absolutely terrible because you have to go so far out, and you get basically no shelters. At least here, if it's too cold, I can drop in to a bunch of spots. Coastal Highway is even better. It's broken up very nicely, between the islands. Oh, I brought a bunch of delicious sardines back from Bleak Inlet. Undies are rare and precious. It was an Aurora wolf. It was an Aurora wolf. Get it straight. And I simply did it to show everybody what not to do. Oh, hello. You're loud and close. Still wolf around. I'm just going to leave that fish. Not going to carry it with me. Oh, prediction. This is an empty backpack. Suitcase is 39%.
Never would have thought to look here.
sometimes right at the moment of sunset you can get like a weather change. Yep. No. And sometimes you can get a mag lens flare. Not today though. Don't get lost in the mist. Good morning, all you sleep lurkers. That was Games and Cookies. Let's see, I did get a weather change here, but I didn't get the mag. It's not a sunny weather. No mag lens. Empty locker.
Feel numb.
Empty.
I need to drop something.
That's too heavy. It's not bad. I mean, there is a wolf, or there is a bear that lives around this island, but whoa, who turned out the lights? Just gonna drop everything on the floor. Can't really see anything right now. Alright, where's my bed? Oh, no wonder. Oh, dang it. No wonder it like flashed extra dark in there. It's an aurora starting. Dang it, I was gonna show you the wolf killed deer thing, but may not be able to here. The deer are about to go hide and the wolves are about to get angry. Alright, well, maybe here. No, he's running off for the aurora. They get underwear destroying angry. Well, I don't have much beach to check, so I'll do that, then have time till the morning, and then all the wolves and deer will be back. Oh, they're wearing the underwear? Wow. The aurora really does weird things to them. I was imagining they'd just be running around with them out, hanging out their mouths, like a dog, where you're playing fetch, but they don't want to give it back up, but they still want to play. It's actually kind of nice here in And Coastal Highway or Desolation Point, the beachcombing is one of the safest things you can do during an aurora. So it's all predators don't come all the way out here, you know, close enough to the ice to notice you. And it's usually decent weather. Like, it's not super warm, but it's also not a blizzard, so. Check this boat. I'm not sure if I've seen this one here before. This is... Oh, no, I have seen a boat here before. Oh, wait, wrong number. No, I have seen a boat here before, but there was no loot in it. Well, I mean, there's always a fish, you know, there's always a fish here, but there was no loot in these lockers.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
This locker empty. See, I'd rather take the optimistic side of that bet.
So cold in my life.
And why 5? That's an oddly specific number. Is 5 all you have left? Because I'd be surprised you had that many left. You were eating them before they were even cool, before it even ended the stream. All right. The underwear is in the bear's mouth. Ooh, let's give me another. That's too. What? It's an Aurora. Oh, that's right. There's no electronics in that one. Maybe one of these others? Yeah, interesting. I need to bring some electronics over here. Oh, there it is. Alright, so here's a cool trick. See, this one has lights, so that means it'll always be lit, but there's these two lamps. So we saw I couldn't read in these other cabins. Let me place one here.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Put one in here. Alright, so I don't think I can read right now. Oh, I can. Perfect. Sometimes you have to go out and come back in for the lamp to actually light up. But yeah, so just by moving a lamp in here, I've made it so I can use this place during an aurora. You can repair, I can repair, I can read, all that. So there it goes. Boom. Ice fishing expert and aurora expert. Yeah, and it actually, like, you can kind of put anything in here, like any electronic, anything that lights up. Christmas lights will work. Let's sleep. I'll just sleep whatever the max is. It'll cut me off at like 8. I'd have to test the radio. I think the bigger radio works because it lights up, right? It's got a big, the dial lights up. But actually, I should have grabbed it. But I like this clock radio, AM FM radio, whatever this is. That might work. Might work. Something to test. Here. Yeah. Here, I'll take it. I don't think it weighs very much. Yeah, 0.1. If it works, that'd be great because this is really those little table desk lamps or whatever. Those are 5 kilograms. But maybe this little radio will work. These ones you can't take anymore. Yeah, you can't even move them. I don't think a clock will work. Anything but I think anything that flashes lights, you'll hear that like electrical buzzing sound, and I think that's how you know that it's working. So anyway, let me set this up in here. I'll just leave that here. That's cool. That works. It's not on the floor, at least. But yeah, we'll see if that works just by itself. Because, there's no other... There's like nothing in here to electrify the space. But I think this might. Try to remember to test it out. Alright, do we have wolves and deer out here? We've got wolves. I bet you there's deer. Yeah, that tip about the lights for an aurora is really good. At places like the Angler's Den in Ash Canyon, because there's a workbench in there. So if you can bring a light, you have to bring a light like all the way up there. But what's this weather gonna do? But if you bring lights up there, it'll work. And then you can craft at night during a aurora. All right, Bam. Hope you're here. So I just aggroed him. As long as you... I didn't want to do that. If you try running, he will run to... He will kind of sprint to catch up. He kind of wants to maintain his distance. Right? But as long as you keep walking, he won't catch up with you. Obviously, if you stop, he'll come after you.
Can't feel my hands.
So then what I'm going to do is come towards this deer. I'm going to go around the deer, try to stay out of his detection range. And you don't have to get far on the other side of him, but eventually you want the deer to be in range of the wolf's detection. So there, and then if I crouch, once he starts sprinting, that means he's locked on. He'll chase that guy till he kills him. And then you want to approach. You want the wolf to see you, and you don't need a torch for this. Obviously, I couldn't have a torch out here in this wind anyway. Once you get close enough, he'll do that. You just aim a rock and he'll run off. You don't even need a torch. Obviously, if you have a torch, it's safer. Just be careful if you're relighting your torches, because if you throw your torch down to light the next one, that sound can scare the deer. The other way to do it is if there's a pack of deer near a pack of wolves, I'll sometimes just run into the pack of deer and scatter them and hope one of them runs towards the wolves. That's a nice fast way of doing it. But the deer are really unpredictable because they turn in any direction when they go to run. So it's a little bit like herding cats, but if you got a small pack of deer and they're nearby, I would just run into the middle of them, see which one runs closest to the wolves, and then do it. But yeah, that's like a day one thing, and then for the most part, like on your early game, if you're making good time and you're not like stuck because of weather or distracted by looting or anything like that, most of the time the found food that will get you fine until you get set up with a bow. Like as long as you keep moving and keep going, especially with the DLC, like you find a bunch of flour and potatoes and things like that. There's so much food at the beginning, but if you're stuck, getting him to kill that buck. That buck's probably 12 kilograms usually. That's a lot of calories in the early game. That'll set you up really well. Alright, gotta go warm back up. Actually, I'm gonna go this way and warm up in the house. And yeah, I'm sprinting here to save the cold damage. I don't need to worry about the fatigue bar or the food meter. Yeah. It's I did see you used a couple you kind of wasted a couple matches just because of the misclick with the torch. That's that annoys everybody at some point, right? It's just something to be really careful about. Try not to push your torches right to the end. Leave a little bit on them so that you're not like panic throwing it down and trying to relight. Yeah. That way you can kind of do it more quickly. Oh, I also noticed that okay, so you've got your torch, and you drop it and then want to relight. I noticed that you have your inventory sorted A to Z, which will always put the torches at the end, right? And then you got to kind of scroll down, and then you got to pick through. If you're going to open the inventory to do it, sort by condition, because for the most part your torches are going to be at the top. Any torches you take are always going to be 50% or less, the ones you take from a fire. I open the inventory and do this because I use the torches from worst condition to best. So I try to keep the better conditions for the end of the walk. But the other totally legit way, and the way most people do it, is they use the radial and then just select their next torch from here. And this will always select your best torch, though. And it's not my preference. I prefer to use the worst ones. Because it always seems like towards the end of a walk, that's when you're thinking about a lot of other things. So I'd rather have my longest lasting torches be at the end of a walk. But, you do it either way. Whatever way works for you. The radial is super convenient. It's very fast. You can get muscle memory to get that down. But yeah, so the reason that's the reason I do it for the inventory, because that way I can do the worst condition ones. But I'm probably pretty rare. I don't know anybody else that really opens their inventory for the torches. Another blizzard, shit. All right. Dang it, that really sucks. Back-to-back blizzard. I didn't even hardly get any of the shore checked. Oh well. That sorting by condition is also really handy for breaking up torches. So if you do need to harvest torches, usually you're not going to have like these low condition stuff. Your torches are usually going to be like your top row, or however many you have. But then you can kind of go down the line, just harvesting the lower condition ones for sticks if you needed them. Might as well sleep. Maybe it's ending soon. Let's check it. Yeah, yeah. Games mentioned the radio. I'm not sure if that works. You can definitely take them with you. 2 kilograms. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if that works. I think any place you are that you'll find one of these radios, you'll probably find the clock radio one. So that might be better if it works. I mean, floor lamps work, desk lamps, these table lamps will work. These ones work. These are heavy also. All right, weather. Really messing with my groove here. Really, I actually don't have anything to really repair. I think that'd be wasteful, really, to repair anything. I mean, I do have a ton of cloth. What to do? Sure, let's waste an hour. The flashlight is 1 kilogram. Alright, I need to go back down here and see what did I go the wrong way? Yeah, I did. I went off the wrong way. Yeah, Bam, don't put too much pressure on yourself about it. Like, it's Interloper. It's, you're skipping right. You're in the last class, right? You're skipping right to it. Everything has a particular, set of quirks, I can't remember. Did you ever play through Wintermute? Or did you do a little bit of it? I can't really remember. I'm sure I probably asked. I tend to ask everybody. Alright, this might be Meglin's weather. A little windy. We got too far. See, yeah, you're you're definitely skipping to the end of the progression. I kind of figured you didn't get too far because episode 2 of Wintermute actually takes you to the Forlorn Muskeg, and I don't want to spoil too much, but it involves Forlorn Muskeg. Alright, let me start my Meglin's fire because
Turned out pretty well.
Oh, I don't have any... Good thing past me was really smart and put fuel here. All right. Deer. I showed him how to put those wolves to work. Morning, Wawa. Terrible torches. Terrible torches. Well, it's Bam, so you didn't miss any jokes. I literally facepalmed when I saw him misclick and use that last match. I literally facepalmed. But I was so fascinated. I was like leaning in because I wanted him to drink the dysentery. Like I was really rooting for that. You know, if you put bad water on the ground, you almost deserve what you get. Hey, another red tools. Oh, prediction. This is... What the fuck am I? 13. I think this is... Yeah, this is empty. Empty corpse.
Sunset. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Yeah, there was 2 leathers in one spot. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's kind of the first time I've seen duplicate items. Another Aurora. It might have been because I just had I had 2 blizzards like back to back, so that might have had something to do with it. But yeah, that was 2. That was 2 cured leathers right on top of each other. Well, the blizzards don't. The loose items on the beach, the blizzards don't have anything to do with those. I'm pretty convinced of that. Blizzards don't do anything with the loose items. The blizzards only reset the special items, the containers, pallets, boats, things like that. So like this pallet, if there's a blizzard, it will disappear and possibly be replaced, or be replaced by something in another of the special item locations. There's set locations where these special items can appear. So that spot there could be a pallet, could be a suitcase next time, could be a corpse. See you, Sam. But yeah, the loose items, they're on their own thing. I think the loose items are still following the original beachcombing system, where they just kind of respawn on their own timer. Like they seem to respawn. I compare them to like coal in a mine, right? They this is going to be something at 28%.
Wonder who owns this stuff.
Yep. I've just been noticing some patterns. So yeah, I went over this earlier, but for anybody that wasn't here, so the loose items they're on like their own system. They spawn. You know, there's like sections of beach that the loose items can spawn on. You know, those are like your sticks, your cattails, heads, your wool toques, whatever's on that list of possibilities can spawn just on the ice by itself. But then there are these special items, and there's like very distinct places along the beach where these can spawn. About 10 slots or so. Well, I can tell you exactly. So for coastal, Well, coastal's kind of big, so 3, 6, 10, 15. So 15 spots along the beach where these 14 or 15, because there's one spot that I'm not quite sure of. Sometimes it's hard to tell position wise, but 14 or 15 spots where these special items can spawn. And do you see if they're the same percentage? I really want to find that out. Like, are they the same percentage for everybody's game? That'd be interesting to know. Or is it something to do with like the game seed? But I don't know why the items are always the same percentage. So in that suitcase, 28%, it any item that comes out of that a suitcase in that particular spot is going to be 28%. Even if it's a container of painkillers, the painkillers will come out at 28%. So yeah, well, if anybody has any, what I want to, I mean, eventually what I need to find out is a suitcase in that spot 28% for everyone every game, or is it randomized? Is it different for everybody? The locations are going to be the same. That I'm positive of. So this locker, where am I here? All right, I think I know which one this one is. If I have the right location, because there's two spots here that are close together, and it's hard to tell which one it is. I think this might be the 44% one.
I think I
44%. 40%. It was so yeah. So the condition is always the same. For every trunk that's in that spot, condition is always the same. But I do get random items out of it. So it can be one of many different types of clothing. Or basically anything that can spawn in a trunk. So, I don't know if trunks can have books in them, but suitcases can have books or painkillers. The sort of stuff that you'd find at the plane crash. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you come down here, I was gonna eventually like just load up an old save and check. If you get down here, just look for any suitcases or trunks, and then we'll just have to, just describe where they are. I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it really matters at all. It could be a brand new save. I don't think it's going to change anything. It'd be interesting to know if the condition is, like predefined. Like, do they have a, sort of like the loot tables? Is it just like something that they've determined, and assigned to these spots? Be interesting to know. I was talking about how I noticed that all of this because I have a particular corpse that if there's a corpse in this particular spot in Crumbling Highway, it always gives me an 89% recycled can. That's what kind of set me on this path to review. I went through all of my old VODs and cataloged what I got and everything. Oh yeah, about taking the torches. Yeah, that's more of a yeah. I'll do that. I'll also clean up like old campfires and stuff. It's kind of a self-imposed restriction, sort of a leave no trace, sort of idea. I don't do it when it could kill me, when it's like actually survival dependent. I'm not gonna bother with it if it's that important. Oh, this one is. I don't know if I found a corpse at this spot before. Huh. No, I don't have any information about what this corpse can have.
This will come in handy.
All right. Noted. I'm gonna make a note of that for real. Was that 56%? All right. Something new. If you're ever doing beachcombing, I would definitely take the old torches with you, because just having an object out here on the ice can kind of throw you off, You'll think it's something good, and you get your hopes up, and it's just a torch. Jamie, well, mostly I'm looking for a pair of thermal underwear, but in the course of doing it, I've noticed some patterns with the containers. Every time there's a container in a particular spot, the item in that will always be the same condition. So it could be different items, but it always comes out the same condition. And I don't know why. I don't know what's causing it, but it's interesting. I'm not sure. If it's obviously if it's the same for all of us, like if everybody's, if it's the same for every player, for every game, then it might be sort of a loot table thing where they've just kind of set up, these defined loot locations and then conditions to go along with it as like a balancing thing. But if it's different between saves and between players, then it could just be related to the game's like seed value. The seed value that controls any of the randomness that's in the game. So, yeah. Every hatch hit I found is 68%. Is that from beachcombing? Every hatch hit is 68%? So this trunk is a 61%. I've only had one trunk here before. The simple
Wonder
parka.
if the owner's around.
Simple parka, 61%. I don't really have anything that's like in a presentable state. I have a really ugly spreadsheet with just
Need a drink.
and then I've got like maps with just arbitrary numbers because I wasn't sure on the numbering how many loot spots there were. I could probably clean it up. That's fine. It's all good. Yeah, that's interesting with the hatchets. Obviously, I'm playing on Interloper, so I don't have, stalker data, but that's interesting to know. Now, I think the hatchets I think always spawn with the canoes, right? In stalker and lower. Yeah, it's a leave no trace sort of a thing. There is also a good value to it. So, I'm walking away with a supply of sticks, essentially, that I can collect without leaving the fire. So if I'm cold, I can sit by the fire and get sticks. It's kind of manual and tedious, but I could always just drop them. Like, and I've done that before. Sometimes if I picked up too much stuff, because they are heavy, right? They weigh the same as other torches, and they're pretty heavy, So you can always just drop them, pick them up later, break them up later. Sometimes I'll just throw them in a locker or something. But I can usually find, 15 minutes or so to break up all the sticks that I have. Or all the torches and convert them to sticks. Yeah, the push it forward thing is, just kind of lazy. I could just, swap them out and extinguish it, but, pushing it forward, at least, it'll still burn while you're pushing it forward, Even though you don't have the light from it, but It's still burning, technically. Yeah. It's, you know, I would never suggest it for anybody else to bother with it. You know, especially if you're just learning the game. Like, it's just one of those, you know, if you're just learning Interloper, especially, just, you know, like, just leave your torches where they are, if that helps. You know, for every dead torch you carry, you can pick up 3 sticks, and they'll weigh the same. Waba. Yeah, surely no one will spend 80 days beachcombing to find these patterns. See, and some of the spots are special. This spot always can only have canoes, as far as I know. It might be able to have the big boat also. Probably because it's like, looks like it's run aground. But yeah, I've never found anything but canoes at that spot. But sometimes they'll be empty like that one. Sometimes they'll have the paddle and the fish. She is empty. So I mentioned that one corpse that I found that always has a can on it. There's another corpse in this region that I found always has a marine flare plus a clothing item. And I've only found it twice, so I don't really have a pattern to really confirm about it. But, you know, hoping it shows back up at some point. Have a good day, Bam.
Too heavy. Wait. I'm so cold. I'm up again.
Should have turned this fire a little bit, but at least I can access this slot. See, I can be here cozy in my snow shelter harvesting sticks. Easy.
I would drink almost anything about now.
You think Bam, when he's like walking back and forth to his car in the parking lot, sees a stone on the ground like, ooh. Literally IRL facepalmed.
Can't feel my feet.
The best was when he had the he had the bad water, right? And he just drops it, right? And of course it looks exactly the same. Like, you cannot tell the difference between these when they're on the ground. You know? Let's play dysentery roulette. Keep your eye on the dysentery. Oh, picked wrong. Patience of a saint there, Wava.
Not sure I can
let's
carry much more.
do some more cooking over here while I got this fire. It's all content. It's all content. But it's gone. I know exactly the moment you were talking about. I thought he was a goner. I was so worried at that moment. I mean, I really wasn't worried. Like, I was for sure that he was gone. Yeah, I don't think he knew how close he was. Cooking under the stars by the side of the sea. Ah, don't say that. He could still be here. So these two have the exact same calorie count. I'm wondering if I looted them from the same spot. Like maybe this canoe or something always gives... I haven't been keeping track of any loose item condition, including the fish. Nor the carcass. Like the quantity of meat on deer carcasses or wolf carcasses. I haven't been tracking that. I don't want to get too in the weeds with the with this. I'm only tracking really the containers, because that hopefully will help me figure out a pattern and maybe let me know something about the underwear.
Something's gotta go.
Yeah, for the most part, it's mostly ruined. But what I was curious about is you know these two were the exact same weight, so I'm wondering if there's something to that. $15.26. Yeah, I was more thinking about the weight, but yeah, I mean also the condition, you know, because like you said, there are sometimes like gamey fish not ruined. Yeah, if you get a couple, like if you find, um, you know, if you find a suitcase or trunk or a corpse with an item on it, you know, you get any of those, just like, you know, let me know, and I can compare to mine. Just a spot check if they're different. And then, you know, yeah, it's gonna be up to you, because it might be, if they're different, that it would be consistent for your run. You know, it's consistent for my run at different values, but it might be consistent for your run at another set of values. But yeah, you'd have to, you know, to get the same item in the same spot takes a long time, right? Like, I've been doing this for many days, and I'm still occasionally finding a new item in a spot that hadn't had that before.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Yeah, I don't have access to the console, so that could be interesting if there's differences. I would bet like Epic versus Steam is probably not going to matter. It's really the same. It's the same game, just with different DRM. But yeah, console might act differently. Unless it is a loot table type situation. If we do find that like yours are different from mine, then yeah, then I probably will load up several old saves just to compare.
getting kind of heavy.
I couldn't find any existing region maps that have the exact spots laid out
Fingers feel
for these items. So I just kind of made my own. But I could probably clean it up, and now that I know how many spots there are, and I don't think they're, you know, I think I have them pretty accurate. Sometimes it can be hard to, you know, tell the exact position of it.
damn. Freezing.
Then we could say like, oh, well, Coastal Highway spot number 5 had this suitcase. Yeah. Let me warm up. I don't need to take damage here. I'm right by the bed. I don't know if it was a cool observation or a plea for help. But if I'm not getting the underwear, I might as well get some information. I mean, the condition is one thing, but I'm also kind of speculating whether, you know, certain loot can only come out of certain spots. So, like, maybe the underwear can only come out of a suitcase at a particular, or, you know, maybe the underwear is 1 out of 6 items that can come out of a particular suitcase. If I can figure that out, right, then that could be useful. And if that's consistent for everybody, you know, if maybe, you know, this trunk only gives ski jackets, and I found one trunk that's given me 3 ski jackets and 1 pair of fleece mittens, then, you know, that would be good information. Alright, let me get a 10-hour sleep, and maybe I'll have a blizzard today.
Turned out pretty well. The cold is making my head feel thick. It's like something is sapping my energy.
Better get to sleep pretty quick. Like to wake up 10 hours from now, that'd be like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Good.
I need to find something to drink. Too much stuff to carry.
Actually, don't remember if that deer was there. Don't know if I've had a reset or not.
Might have to drop some gear. I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Get the free Magellan's fire before the sun goes down.
Come on. That did it.
Hope I had a blizzard while I slept. This is really good weather. should be empty corpse.
At the same time, we were facing destruction. This small miracle was taking place.
Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna stop predicting corpses. Most of them are empty that I found. There's only 2 of interest, really. And I know which 2 those are.
dark out here. Time to look for shelter. Too heavy. Something's gotta go.
Too much stuff to carry. Come on. Might have to drop some gear. I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
This might be my first trunk right here.
Could end up being useful.
Saw the green of that windbreaker. I was momentarily excited.
I'm not sure I can carry much more. I need to find some place to escape this cold. Too heavy. This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Hey, Tina, good morning. Sorry, I gotta make a note of that one. Interesting. So every other time I've found this backpack in this spot, it's been empty. That time it wasn't. Matches and a marine flare. Hmm. Well, I think that's actually the first matches I found beachcombing in this run. Oh, I was wrong. I have never found a backpack in that spot. So that's interesting. If I get another backpack there, will it contain the same items? I think so. So this suitcase always gives me something at 85%.
Too much stuff to carry.
Sorry for the noise, but I need to finish looting before the storm ends here. This is 27%. Can't interact with that one.
Place to rest.
Yeah, that's quieter. Actually, you know, this is probably a really good stopping point for me. Blizzard just ended, so time to trek all the way back. But I think I'll do that next time. If I get caught up in it, it's just, you know, could go back and forth constantly, but all right, let's, I'll take the save from when I slept. Come back out here. It's good travel weather. Day 257. Yeah. Well, let's all go work lurking somewhere else, right? Keep it going. Thanks everybody for stopping by, hanging out, tolerating my weird science going on with this. But it's just interesting finding patterns in what I always assume was just random stuff. So we'll figure it out next time, right? If you know, if something good can come out of my underwear tragedy, then maybe this is it. All right. Well, we don't have too many choices. People that are on. Um, I'm gonna go with the one I haven't raided most recently because I did raid Kimyoda recently. So, um, and of course he's on. So feel free to go down there if that's your preference. Uh, but we'll read over to. Let me see if this guy is what he's playing. And now we'll go over to Welcome Bulger. He usually plays Stalker. Very friendly guy. So says he's heading to Broken Railroad, then Bleak Inlet, and Last Resort Cannery. So that should be interesting. Yeah, Will's great. So I'll set up this raid. Here's a shout out for Welcome. Let's see what Frosty Tools says. All right. Well, let's head over. See you all soon.